Okay. Yeah, we're doing another art stream today. That's a thing. That's a new thing we've been doing. Second ever art stream. Actually, I don't remember. Did we do one before? Uh, we might have done one like a while before, but yeah. So, I've been thinking about like the different kind of software I can use to make models and sprites and things. And this is the latest one I want to try. So, I'm kind of lazy. I can't like bring myself to get to work on this, so I I thought maybe I'd do it while I'm streaming. And you know, kill two birds with one stone, right? Um right, let's see. I probably gotta disable my cursor on the thing to get rid of the cursor doubling. Uh okay. Yeah. That's better, isn't it? Right, so, what are we doing today? Like, don't ask me, okay? Don't ask me. This was kind of a on a whim kind of thing. This isn't like a well thought out project or nothing, no. Um, no, I just gotta learn this software and we're just gonna do it, you know? We're just gonna, we're just gonna see what happens. I've already chosen, I think, um, I'm gonna try modeling one of my friends as like a practice. We're going to be modeling his character called Lysham. So let me just by the way, I don't really know how to use this program, so it's gonna be an interesting ride. For sure it's gonna be a learning experience because I don't know nothing right now. So the only way is up, right? I'm guaranteed to learn something if I don't know nothing. Alright, I made a box, look. I made a box. Save and quit. Right, now as far as I know, this boy don't have no texture, so we have to fix that first. Create texture. We probably be starting with like the head and the face and stuff, so I guess we call this texture head, right? Pixel density. Ah, yes, very good. These are good settings, yes. And now look, we got this. We got this. I mean, I don't know, maybe I should have like made it the correct shape before I generated a texture for it. Maybe? Who knows? Alright, we have to make it so it's more like a better shape. Cause Lignum is not a cuboid like this. So we got to make it more cube-like, I guess, and then we can work from there, make it more rounder, like, okay, so I got to make it bigger, so it is like a resize. Oh, there's the one, okay. Is that doing anything? Why is that not doing anything? I'm selecting a face. Selecting an edge. Okay, so if I move like that, I don't know what I was doing before. I'm confusing it because I don't think... I'm gonna undo whatever it was I did. I was like trying to scale the face, and I guess that's not like... That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. I want to move the face to make it more square-like. Make it bigger. So this guy appears to be 8 units. So we may make the guy 16 units tall, and then the guy is completely cuboid now. Now, if I delete this texture, and then I make a new texture with this object selected, I wonder if that's going to make a texture that's a little bit more applicable to the thing. Yes. All right, that's good. Learning is occurring. All right. I got my cube. Got my cube now. Look at that. All right. So I do got my reference up. I mean, this one is already kind of like some colored. So maybe we keep the other colors for now so I can tell like the different sides apart. We'll see. But this is a good color to work with. Okay. How do I do this? Okay, we got greet mode. Greet. I can draw Lytham's face on this. Let me take a look at what his fur color looks like. Okay. I see. It's not exactly the correct color. I wonder if like I can use a color picker to get a more accurate color. Pick screen color. And if I pick it from my reference over here, does that work? Oh, that does work. That's good. That's good. That's excellent. All right, we color him like this, okay? Maybe we use paint bucket tool. Right? Now it's 100% accurate colors, maybe. Right. So it's just this face that has been colored. That has been colored. So maybe we start like doing pixel art wise on his face. I mean, if I had like a better grasp of this program, then I would know what the correct approach was, like the more efficient approach. But we're kind of noobs over here, and that's okay. We all gotta start somewhere, right? So like the top half of his face is this fur color. And it's like the top third or whatever. So it's like 16 cells, I think we established, wasn't it? So like what's a third of 16? 6 is a third of 16. Right? Okay. So we go like this. And we make this part a lighter shade of blue. Okay, now I can start on his eyes. Okay, so this part, we probably want to determine what the center of the place is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is like the direct center. And his eye line is just below the transition. I'm looking at the reference here. Just below the transition. So I believe... Hello, Shy Shota! Welcome to Ricky's Masterclass in modeling. I don't know what I'm doing. Help! I don't know what I'm doing. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is under control. Class is in session. So the guy's eyes are kind of... I feel like they're kind of closer together than that. I don't know. I just gotta get the eye shape correctly. Maybe I should be working with mirror painting. Right? Yeah, mirror painting, because faces tend to be symmetrical, right? We should work like this then. So the eyes, they appear to take up... I think you gotta take your time. Thank you, big brother. I appreciate the encouragement. I don't know how to do this software, but we're learning. So you got kind of like big eyes. Kind of like big eyes like this. Maybe like that. The distance between them, I don't know if this is like too big of a distance between his eyes. I'm like checking the reference. Hello, Jumbo Scorpions. Welcome, welcome, welcome. 3D modeling with Rookie. Very basic 3D modeling with Rookie. I'm starting to think that maybe there needs to be more of the fairer color of his fur. Like maybe it's further down. Ultraman right now. Did you ever play Sim Theme Park, also known as Theme Park World? I never have. I've heard of it though. I think I've heard of the people making roller coasters that are quite deadly for the people who ride them. Okay, so now we've moved the eyes down. I think that's better. Now it could well be that we need to have a greater resolution for our face, to be honest. We don't have a lot of pixels to work with. Yeah, I think down the line we probably want to have more detail. I'm not sure how hard or how easy that's going to be. But I can try, I think. I can try and experiment. My guy is a little bit too pixelated, I think. Maybe this is a 64 by 64 texture. It's 16x. I don't know what that part means. But maybe we try to make a bigger one and then assign it and see what happens. Create texture. Face test. Right, okay. Pixel density 16 times. Explain. Pixel density texture in pixels per meter. The size of the texture map may vary. Oh, well. May differ depending on the amount and size of the elements. I'm not sure that's any clearer to me. But I like this will be like twice as many pixels, I assume, because it's like twice the number. And then the next one will be like 4 times the pixels. You want to try with 2 times the pixels and see how that looks, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. Face test. This guy. Okay, so if I change the texture to face test, that's the same texture. Why? Did it just like, did it duplicate the texture? Oh, that's interesting. Look. That's really interesting. It kind of like intuited what I was trying to do and kept my work from the previous texture. That's interesting. And handy. And that's a lot more pixels to work with, isn't it? I can make the shape of his eyes a little bit more natural now. Okay. And I probably want to add some more pixels to make his eyes just a little bit closer together. I think that might be good. I don't want to make him look too aggressive though. If you make this line too like sharp, it's gonna make him look all aggressive. Okay, that looks cool. And then like this. Yeah. Yeah, that's cute, isn't it? That's cute. Alright, let's start with his irises. We got to sample the color of his irises. How, oh, color picker? Color picker, and then screen picker. Yeah, screen picker. So this might well be the software I'm using to make myself. You know, like the next little bro. The next little bro. Kind of just doing this with Lytham for the sake of like practice. I did let him know that I was going to be practicing by drawing him, but he might be asleep or something. He's going to be kicking himself if he misses this. I kind of chose his character because he's like a little bit simpler design-wise than your average like humanoid, right? Bigger eyes than that, I think. bigger eyes make for a cuter character. Yeah, there we go. That looks good enough. I mean, probably for the sake of my model, I would want to make the eyes like a separate object because they're going to be moving and stuff. Well, if I can figure out how to do that. I got a lot to learn about this program, but okay, Latham's eyes are like this. Or like this. Alright. Alright, well, look, it's good so far, but this is just like pixel art right now. Like, the hard part's gonna be when I actually get to the modeling, right? We're not actually doing any modeling right now. I'm just kind of messing with the pixel art texturing aspect of this program. I want to put some lashes on him. Anime style lashes. Okay. I'll frame those eyes a bit, you know? So his nose seems to be in line with the bottom of his eyes. Might be a little bit bigger. Okay. Longer than that? No, that's fine. Alright. And I gotta get his mouth in now. A little further down. Alright. He's got his little, you can see his little teeths here. Yeah, that looks fine, sure. Now, I'm told we did learn that you're not supposed to have, like... what do they call those? Doubles? Maybe that was fine. I mean, it looks fine. Okay. We're working on box Lytham right now. I've successfully made a box with Lytham's face on it. Hopefully it's gonna look a bit more... There's gonna be more of a resemblance as we go further with the project, you know? Okay, so every side of him has this resolution. I got all these boxes to work with. Now I just got to alter the shape of the box. Oh gosh. How do I... Let's see. Now, I think the good thing about this program is the resolution of the art. I don't think it directly affects the vertices themselves, because you see the grid here, that's not actually representative of the geometry. The geometry is a lot simpler. The geometry is like there's 4 on top of this. It's not like 1,000 like you see in the pixel art. Pixel art, dense, and vertices 4. So I like the simplicity of this program and the fact that it all kind of like lines up neatly. Where do I start by modeling this guy's face? See, if this was Blender or something, I would do like a subdivide, but I don't know. I don't think there's a subdivide tool, and this was a knife tool. I can do I could select an edge and do where is it? Loop cut. Loop cut. This program has loop cuts in it, okay? So I can do this to give the guy more geometry. Now, if I do it on this side as well, then overall it's gonna be... Yeah, it's gonna twice the geometry now. I'm gonna do the one on this side too. There's gotta be an easier way to do this. See, now I've done a loop cut on all sides, and the guy has a lot more geometry to work with. It's a little awkward that I gotta do this. I mean, if I do it like this, is it gonna work out? Oh, what did you do? See, I don't know what you did. So we gotta do it one at a time, I think, because I don't know what it did there. Okay. No, 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 no. Wait, that's not right, is it? Um, yeah, I'm just gonna... What the heck is that? Oh, that's not right. I'm not sure what it's doing right now. Um, okay, let's try selecting this one. Okay, that's better. That's a lot better. I was making the program a little confused, I think. Somehow. And now I do on this side. Okay, I should probably be saving as I go, right? Now, I don't quite think that this is... I don't quite think that this is enough geometry yet. Maybe we do one more cut on everything and then see where we go from there. I think we're getting there. I just want to have enough that I can give his eyes some shape and his muzzle some shape. So maybe we do one more cut on each of the squares. Oh, I didn't select it yet. Let me undo that, because I don't know what it did. Okay, loop cut here. Okay. Just keep it simple. Do it one step at a time. If I press Shift R, it does the same thing, right? Okay, that's faster. That's starting to look a bit more manageable. Subdivide's surface is a function in Blender that does this a lot faster and a lot fewer clicks. But if this program has subdivide surface, I haven't found it yet, and that's okay. All right, we got enough polys to work with, I think. I'm gonna keep pressing save. Right, how are we gonna do this? Now, my guy, we have to... I'm not good at, like, freaking modeling characters, by the way. It's not exactly my strong point. In fact, I probably should have started modeling before there was so many faces. That's the smart way to do modeling. I'm not sure. Oh well. Okay, I should start by bringing his muzzle out a bit, I guess. Let's just bring this part, bring it forward. No, welcome, welcome, welcome. A little bit of modeling stuff, Swiss Rookie. Okay, we've got a little bit of shape going on there with his face there. It's stretching his eyes a little bit more than I would like, but... this is just for practice, okay? It's fine. I think I'm gonna... I kind of want to bring, like, the rest of his muzzle here, because his muzzle is kind of... Looking at the reference, his muzzle is kind of chonky, right? I don't like the fact that it is dragging his eyes, but maybe we can fix that later. Bring his face forward, like this. And then maybe bring this part of his face even more forward. I don't know if that's going to be too much forward. Let's see. Look at those eyes. Those eyes are being stretched something terrible. Okay, let me see if I can repair these eyes a little bit. If I go like this. It makes his nose look a little bit on the sharp side. But it's definitely better than what we had. I mean, that looks okay. That looks okay. That doesn't look terrible. Maybe we could allow a little bit of stretch so that the nose doesn't look quite as pointy. That's an acceptable amount of stretch, I think. for something as low poly as this, you know. My boy is looking okay. Do I have a reference for his side view? I don't know like how far like his forehead protrudes. I'm going to assume a little bit because that's generally how being a humanoid goes. The forehead protrudes a little bit. I should go back into face mode and do that a little bit. Maybe along here, along where his brow is, and just bring this out a bit. I should probably be doing mirror modeling, yes, because my boy is a symmetrical boy, okay? And we go into vertices and we bring his eyes back. We make his eyes not stretching. Okay, that's good. That's good. You're going for a full rebrand soon, TM. I know all about that. I know all about that soon, TM stuff. It's taking me this long to actually attempt to try to learn this freaking program. Alright. Now, the results are not terrible. I should really have gotten like a good reference of like his side view. I don't have one for his side view, so I'm gonna have to wing it a little bit. He's got like big long ears. He definitely got big long ears, and he's got like puffy cheeks as well. The puffy cheeks are going to be interesting. I think that's going to require a little bit of trickery, a little bit of texture magic to make those cheeks look the way that they do in the reference image. But we got to work on the side of his head first, right? Okay. You sent a picture of your future VTuber in my DMs? Okay, okay, cool. I'll take a look at that later. I think what I'll do is I'll start with the back of his head, but... No? I didn't want this. I didn't ask for this. What happened to the back of your head, sir? It looks a little dented. It's like he's been wearing headphones on the back of his head. Is this because of mirror modeling? I guess it might be. Well, I mean, it's easily fixed, right? I just gotta pull these dents out. Okay. That's a little awkward. The Walking Dead treatment. Oh dear. Yeah, that was a weird scene. Okay, and then there's his nose and his brow here. Gotta fix these little parts. Gotta be careful with that mirror modeling feature because that wasn't what I wanted. Oh. Okay. What happened over here? Shrade97, welcome. Thank you for the raid. We're there's a lot of stuff that's been happening here. Why is the side looking like that? I don't know. I wonder if like moving it is like squishing it. Is it on the same on both sides? I don't know. Maybe should we like revert a little bit because I feel like things might have gotten a little bit out of hand here. There's no like revert button. Okay. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna just have to just try and fix this. All right. Well, it's a learning experience, right? It's fine. Let's maybe model the top of his head here. do it without the symmetry, because that seemed to have some unintended effects. Auto fix. Merge. Certain vertices have been moved into the same spot. How did that happen? Why is it selecting... Oh my goodness. It seems to be selecting stuff that I'm not meaning to select. How is that happening? How do I deselect? Oh, okay, Control D seems to work. So, it would seem to me that, it just kind of keeps things selected a lot. You have to, like, keep pressing, like, deselect, I guess. His nose shouldn't be that pointy. Let's move it back here. What? Why is that not refusing to go in now? Okay. Alright, that's fine. Goodness. Everything is totally under control. Totally. Just trying to make my guy look a little bit more spherical-wise. Okay, that doesn't look great, does it? We got to smooth this guy. Oh my goodness. Why are you getting selected, huh? Who asked you to do a freaking thing? No one asked you to do a freaking thing. What are you doing? Why are you Zed fighting over here? Where the heck did this come from? Where the heck did this guy come from? The red part? That's unusual. I didn't ask that to happen. Huh. Things can go wrong in mysterious ways, huh? In this program. Split quads. See, I do kind of wonder if I should have started modeling when there was less quads. Like, that's how, like, a sensible person would have done this. I'm gonna close this. And then we're gonna reopen it real quick. Okay. So how's the geometry looking right now? Okay, the geometry isn't... Wait. No, we had more geometry in the last version, didn't we? No, this is the same amount. Freaking heck. See, this is why you rotate your saves when you're working on models. Because quite often you want to go like back in time and stuff. I see your model now. It looks good. It looks good. Had a little peek at my Discord DMs there. Yeah. So for sure, maybe we should work more on the general shape of the guy first. I wonder if I can do like a scale on this so that he kind of expands in a spherical manner. Why is that? Why is this selected? Things are getting selected in really strange ways, aren't they? Like it's selecting the other side of the cube for some reason. Yeah, like, huh? What is that all about? I wonder if this is like some kind of translucent editing mode. It doesn't look translucent to me. I don't know why I'm selecting the other side of objects when I'm selecting the front part. That's odd to me. See, in Blender, there would be a way for me to just switch between wireframe mode and like texture mode, etc., etc. But this is just weird. Okay, what if we turn on mirror modeling? Does it make a difference if I don't like click and drag? I wonder. Like, this is super tedious, but if it's gonna stop me from selecting a whole bunch of unwanted faces. I mean, that didn't select anything else. And then when I drag this, it's gonna... Yeah. So that works. But then when I use drag select, it does that. It does that. It goes like right through. Alright, well, I mean, we found a workaround. It's just... It's a little tedious having to, click all of these, but a workaround is a workaround, right? You just gotta deal, I guess. I think if we do the inner ones, it's gonna start looking a bit more pyramid-like than it is spherical, so I think that's fine. And we'll do the same on the other sides to make my guy look a little bit less like a cube. I just clicked and dragged, didn't I? I mean, if we have symmetry enabled, maybe it'll do it for the other faces too. It's a little hard to see what's selected on this face because it's so brightly colored. Alright, we pull this up. And the bottom does nothing. Okay, so it's not... It doesn't work like that. Okay. The mirror is not applied along that axis, it would seem. It's a side-to-side thing, not an up and down thing. Which means we gotta do it on this side as well. Why is... Wait a minute, am I making duplicates? Oh. Oh. Okay. Why am I making duplicates? Right, so I've been pressing Control D to deselect things, and it occurs to me that maybe I've been making duplicates every time I press Control D. Like, that's what it seems like is happening. Okay. Gonna make sure I don't delete any of the correct versions. I know, right? That's so unexpected. Why does that happen? I guess I just don't know the shortcuts for this program. Wait a minute, why is... Oh, like, I was looking at the grid there thinking, why is there so many faces? But it's not faces, it's just like the bottom of the grid. Okay. Yeah, next time I do this, I'm gonna start modeling when there's less faces for sure, because it just everything goes faster if you do it that way. And it seems like the program automatically updates your textures to match new geometry and stuff. Seems like flexible like that. Okay. I just gotta do the back here, and we can save that. So double clicking changes it to scale mode. Interestingly. I just wonder when Lytham is gonna wake up and realize I'm making his character. I don't think he's awake right now. He doesn't know I'm doing this. We're friends though. So I know he certainly wouldn't object to something like this. Besides, he's a furry, and what furry would decline free art, right? Okay. That is very slightly less like a cube. Alright. I guess we wanna save and then get to work on his face again. Okay. So you wanna pull out that muzzle. Maybe the chin? Like, how prominent is the chin? My boy don't have much of a jawline. Like, no disrespect to my boy, but he don't have much of a jawline, and that's okay. So we're not gonna emphasize his chin too much. Got the brow in there. Like this part, but that's gonna distort the eyes a little bit. I'll fix that in a minute. I think that's fine. We just pull this forward. I'm not gonna mess with sir. Oh. It's because I was clicking and dragging. Oh man. I really gotta figure out like what is the solution to not being able to click and drag without selecting the entire universe in this program. Because in Blender, you're gonna hear me say that a lot because that's my only frame of reference. In Blender, it would only select things other than the part facing you if you were in like a translucent or an editing mode that has transparency or is like wireframe or something. In other words, if you can actually see the geometry that's behind it, you're able to edit it. It's kind of unusual that I'm editing something that I can't see. If I click and drag, that's kind of unusual. I don't even know if I want his nose to poke out any further than that. That might be fine. Let's make his eyes less distorted. I mean, it's not a terrible thing to have a little bit of a ramp here because it suggests like the bridge of his nose. It's just unfortunate that it's kind of being... I mean, it's like a PS1 style model. It's not like a huge deal. I still want to pull his muzzle out a little bit more though. This part of his face here. Let's pull that out a bit more. Nothing weird's happening back here, right? Okay. I'm watching you. Well, which texture are we working with? Is it this one or that one? I don't remember. We can verify that later, I suppose. Okay, this definitely needs a little bit of fixing here. Okay, we got the bridge of the nose. We got a brow going on. The eyes are a little distorted, but not too much unless you get super close. So it's fine. My boy is looking a little better. I want to work on his cheeks. I want to shape his cheeks better. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start like coloring around where I want to edit just so it makes more sense to me. So this point, okay. I can paint in this mode, I believe. Okay. So if I just select the color of his fur here, let me just check how many squares. So it's like this far. Is it like 4 of those? It is. Okay. So I want to extend it this much, the color. I'm gonna be modeling this part of his face now. And like under his chin and on the opposite side as well. Just start to make his face look a little bit more better. Oh, so we do have mirroring on the painting active still. That's fine. I want to soften his face up and make it look a better shape. Okay. You can see the shadow. The shadow definitely helps because the shadow shows me that the... Oh, don't mind me. I'm just keeping an eye on my cat. Make sure she's happy and comfortable. Okay. So I think we definitely got to soften these corners a bit. And we probably want to do the same on the top side of his face here. Or his forehead, I guess. I hope it doesn't give me any weird messages when I try to move these vertices. Okay. Like, what happens... I mean, that's... We got tries in there. Yeah. You really don't want to have tries in modeling if you can avoid it. You want to stick to quads where possible. I mean, this move doesn't look terrible. If I just move it on the red axis, which is the X axis, if I just move it along there, it doesn't, like, fuss with me. I think that's already... Yeah, it's already mirroring it. Somehow the mirroring is still on. But that's okay, because it's doing its job here. So if I just scale it on one axis, it looks okay. It does look okay if I do it that way. His cheeks are looking a little bit better now. I think this, some of these angles don't look quite natural, though. So I'm gonna bring these vertices out. Probably this one, too. And I'll do the same on the other side, probably. So we pull on the red axis. And it's doing the same over here, too. And we want to make sure that this looks a bit more natural, so... maybe that pixel is fine there. Or that vertex is fine there. Pull that out. Okay. That looks good. My biolithum is looking kind of decent right now. Is the symmetry doing the job here that I asked it to do? I think it is. I don't know if I want, like, these pixels to be so far, like, so far back. I want it to align better with his cheeks. And I'm gonna avoid doing click and drag for obvious reasons. I think we're still moving on the red axis. Like that. Okay. You know what? My boy Lytham looking kind of good. Looking kind of good there, Lytham. His cheeks looking good. Alright. What now? What now? Guys, don't look at me. I don't know how to use this program, okay? This is like my second time using this freaking program. Have mercy. Let's save the project because I like what we're doing so far. My boy does have some big ears, and that's not like, I'm not insulting him by saying that. He takes pride in his ears. He likes having big ears, okay? Rookie's not being mean right now. Honest. Okay, I just think in general, we should probably shift these corners, because these corners look dumb. Along one axis. If we do it on two axes, as it says, oh, we got to do something weird with the vertices and make it tries, and you don't want that, so we're not doing that. Now only select one of them. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Maybe, I'm definitely gonna make this part look a little bit less, flat, though. This side or that part, maybe this part. I just pull this part out a little bit. I just want to give it a bit more, like, volume. Maybe we can mess with this vertex a little bit in a second. Okay, I don't know what you just did, friend. Okay, I must have clicked and dragged, I guess. Weird. That is a weird thing. Okay. Yeah, we probably don't want to bring the cheeks out any farther than that, honestly. But yeah, we're gonna smooth this out a bit. Is it this vertex that's out of place? I think it is. Like that? How come, like, I think I'm just gonna bring this part out too. Stop clicking and dragging. What are you doing? Okay, that's fine. Alright. I do have reference to the back of his head, actually. I do, actually. I guess I can just start, like, painting, like, this color of fur around, because I think in terms of his cheek and the way that it's going around his head, I think it looks fine. Alright. Let's go back into paint mode, I guess, and, paint these squares, and it should fill on the opposite side. Okay, it is good. It seems like the fairer color of fur is actually more prominent on the back of his head. So it's more like here is where the darker color... Okay, I'm just checking it's not doing anything weird on the other side. Okay. And it like goes... These are like his shoulders. Gonna go over his shoulders like this, I guess. I suppose we should make it, more of a gradual line here. Because I don't have a reference to the side of his head. I don't know exactly how it looks. How the fur pattern looks, but I'm guessing it's more like this, I guess. Let's just sample this green color. That doesn't look quite right, but that's okay. It's just a placeholder. It's putting green on the other side. Okay. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's sample. I'm not getting like the exact colors. I think that's legitimately a different color than this here. I've got to be more careful with the colors I'm using. I should sample it directly from the reference itself rather than... Yeah, that's a different color, you see? what we're looking at the moment is Lytham's colors plus whatever shading the, you know, the program is putting on him. I'm not sure if there's like a version or a mode that you can have where there's no shading. Because again, Blender has that, but Blender has everything. Okay. Yeah, now the colors look a lot less weird. But yeah. Like I say, this is probably the program I'm going to be using for making myself, or the new version of myself, once we have like a more concrete idea of my character design. I've been working on in other programs to figure out basic stuff like my facial proportions in the new version, and of course like the rest of my proportions. But yeah, it's pretty early for that stuff. Probably the best approach is just to kind of jump in though, because I'm terrible with like procrastinating, you know. I feel like if I wasn't doing this on stream right now, and if I just didn't do this on stream, it would take me like another 3 months to even get around to trying this program out. So it's a good idea that I've come out here to do this, I think. It's bothering me a little bit that the symmetry isn't working in places, because that tells me that my model isn't perfectly symmetrical, but you know, this is just a practice, so like I don't know what is going on here, for instance. I don't know why that's the way that that is, but it's okay. All right then. So his cheeks look okay as far as like the basic shape goes. The back of his head's it's a little bit too square, isn't it? I'll probably mess with like the geometry in the top of his head to make it look a bit more fluffy, you know? I still haven't figured out, I still haven't decided how I'm going to be handling foreign stuff. But it's something to think about. Okay, how do we move on from here? I feel like I want to start his ears. Right? I mean, his ears are freaking huge. His ears are like Cabot ears. My guy Lytham is a Cabot boy, you know? So he got big ears. So I can't emphasize the bigness of his ears enough. Right. It's kind of like his defining characteristic. I'm looking at my scale reference. I got a sketch of him that I did just to show the bigness of his ears, as well as the position relative to the rest of him. They kind of like go back. I think we should probably finish like the cheek tufts. The cheek tufts are a big part of his design. So his cheeks aren't like perfectly smooth like this. We have to add like a tuft. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like Sonic characters, like Tails and stuff, they have like these tufts of fur on the side of their face. We gotta do that somehow. And I'm thinking it's probably easier to do that with a texture than it is with, you know, actual geometry. So this is gonna be completely experimental. I got no idea how to do this properly. So let's try. I think we gotta do like a separate object on like the side of his face. Just to make this not needlessly complicated. Alright, let's call this, head. And I'll probably do like separate objects for his ears too, honestly. But this will be like the practice because his cheek tufts are going to be smaller than his head, his ears. So this is a good place to start, I think. Um, make a new mesh. Make a new mesh. Okay. Diameter, height, I don't suppose it really matters. But it's probably gonna be like taller than it is, wide, I suppose. Alright, let's move this guy out here. Okay, yeah, that's a little too long, actually. Let me select the face here and then move this guy over here. Wait, what? Oh, that's because of symmetry, isn't it? Turn off mirror modeling. Why is... Okay. There's definitely some quirks of this program that I don't understand because it's... Why is there multiple? What? Did I make two of them? How did I make two of them? Did I press Control D again? I must have. Alright, that's fine. Okay. So we got a box, okay? We got a box on the side of his freaking head. Alright. I mean, well, this is just gonna be like a glorified plane, probably. Can I generate a plane? Did I miss that option? Yes, I did miss that option. You can just generate a plane. That's what I actually wanted. Okay, let's remove that and just make a plane. Yeah, whatever. Make a plane. There we go. Although I want it to be rotated. It's the first time I've rotated anything in this program. Okay. Hopefully it's as easy as... No, I want you to snap. Sir? Can you snap to 90-degree angles for me? That's the wrong way, friend. Oh my goodness. There we go. Okay. Let's move this to the side of his cheeks here. I want to say maybe about here. We can do vertex snap here. So if I look at the reference, it kind of like... The top of his cheek tufts are about the middle of his eye here. So that seems to be correctly positioned. Is vertex snap... Move one cube to another cube by connected to vertices. I don't think we need to do that, actually. Okay. I'm not really sure I have the know-how to do this in such a way that I only have to do it once, but I guess we can learn as we go. Alright. So we got a plane here. The plane doesn't have a lot of geometry, but the plane doesn't really have to have a lot of geometry, but I would like it to have some so that his cheek tufts have a little bit of geometry to them, a little bit of shape to them. They're actually longer than that. They're actually longer. So I want to bring this down to like under his chin. Okay. I kind of want to like curve it. I want to make a like an arc or whatever. Can I do some loop cuts here? Hang on. I think I'm doing that in the wrong order. You have to select the edge first, and then you press loop cut, right? If I do things out of order, things get weird. Okay, so I have to select this edge and then add some loop cuts. Right. And then we select this edge and we add another loop cut. This edge and we add another loop cut. Okay? And now we can kind of like... And then I'll move these vertices back a bit to give the cheek tufts a little bit of shape here. I know it's a rectangle, okay? I realize that right now it looks like a rectangle. But they are going to be cute cheek tufts. Eventually. Okay, move that guy here. Move this guy back here. Maybe by 2. And this by 1. And then this by 1. And then this by 2. Now we've got a little bit of shape going on. Yeah, we got to make a new texture for his cheek tufts here. We navigate to my reference with colors for Lytham, and we can see what we can do here. I think maybe a loop cut this way. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I don't think we need to add any more geometry here. Texture. Let's make a new texture. Okay. Let's paint these cheek tufts, okay? Right. Oh, this is gonna be kind of tricky. It's gonna be kind of tricky with this kind of low resolution, isn't it? His face is higher resolution. We found a way earlier to like adjust the resolution of the... Yeah, look, that's 64 by 64 and this is 16. Can we change that? UV size? No, that's not the option that we used before, was it? What if we delete this and then... No. We just made a new texture, didn't we? We made a new texture. And then we changed it to like 32? Does that give me more? Yeah, that gives me the same number of boxes that Lytham's face does. Okay. Let's delete this texture. And we work with this one. And now we got more boxes to work with. Woo. Alright. So, do we have an eraser tool? That's good. Take a look at the shape of those cheek tufts there. We definitely want to take this off. Intense concentration right now. I think maybe they're moving a little bit too far out from his face. They're extended a little bit too much, I think. Okay, how do we fix this? I mean, I could just delete all this. I could just delete all this and then start again, honestly. They're kind of like rectangle-wise now, which I'm not the hugest fan of, but I guess we can work with it. Alright. Paintbrush. Let's go ahead and grab the screen color for the same color as his face and see if I can paint this. Hope I don't accidentally paint Lytham in the back there when I'm working on his cheek tufts. Okay. So I think it's actually not quite as long as that either. Before I even start painting, let's get the actual dimensions right. Maybe like here, maybe. That makes it look a little bit less square. So it's like that. It's got like 3 cheek tufts coming out. And this one is like level with his eye. It starts like here, I guess. Yeah, I think that's looking a little better. I'm gonna be getting the texture of his main face in here as well, but considering how it's the same color, it doesn't matter all that much. Okay. I mean, that doesn't look terrible. No, that looks fine. It looks fine. Maybe this part is a little bit too long. Shave those tufts a little bit, Lytham. Alright. That looks good. That looks good. Pretty pleased with that, honestly. Okay. Make sure that we're connecting up correctly with his face there. So there we go. We got one cheek tuft. I would really like if there was a function that would simplify the process of me putting that on the other side. I'm sure I can just like duplicate it and flip it, right? I'm sure it's going to be as simple as that. I mean, I'm not going to give this program any sass because like so far it has been pretty simple to do the things that I want it to do. So I'm going to assume this is going to be easy as pie, right? Control D to duplicate. Let me move this guy over here. And then then we see in Blender I would scale -1 along the x-axis. Is that what we want to do? Size, position, size? Is that what we're calling it? If I do a -6 on that, is that going to do the same thing? If I change this number to -6, is that going to flip it? Excellent. Blender knowledge is transferring over to Blockbench. Woo. Okay. It seemed like there's a little bit of peeking through here of the texture. So let's edit this on both sides so that we can't see this green texture here. Paint. Okay. That should fix it on both sides. Alright, my boy, looking good. My boy Lightsome looking real good. Right. Let's do another save here. Now, I guess next, we can make a start on the ears, although, to be honest, I don't think I want to handle the ears in quite the same way. Because, as we've covered, they are big, and such, they may require, their own geometry, rather than just being a texture on a plane. Let's get our naming convention here. I like to have the classification of the object first, followed by the direction of the object from the perspective of the character. So from his right and his left. It's just how I name things when I'm doing graphic design and modeling as well. Okay. We can color the rest of his heads and then maybe move on to modeling, because he's just a head right now, and he's not going to be just a head forever, so let's move back to the head here and paint the rest of it. I don't think the paint bucket's gonna do the job I want it to do. And remember to take the colors directly from the reference. Okay. Like, if I use paint bucket, it's gonna do... Oh. Oh, yeah, that's what I was expecting. That's what I was expecting to happen the first time. Interesting. So it will fill in entire squares, entire polygons, if you use it in this mode, which is, I guess, a little faster. Oh, I can hold it down too. That's really, really handy. Yeah, that's really, really handy, actually. I can just hold down the paint bucket tool. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to really enjoy this program. I think we're definitely gonna use this. Okay. We're definitely gonna use this as a way to model myself. We'll work on the smaller parts by hand in a second. Okay, so now, like, he's more or less all the correct color. I'm gonna fix this part, although that's his... I'm not gonna see much of this because his neck's gonna go there. Alright, let's do the rest of the painting here. Okay. And I guess we can fill the bottom part too, which should be the deeper fur color. He is actually, that's not all of his fur colors. He has 4 distinct colors of fur, our boy Lytham. I wonder if he's freaking, like, woken up yet. He's gonna be so mad when I've made this and he hasn't seen any of it. He's probably asleep in Australia time, right? Probably. Okay. What am I doing? Oh, yeah, sampling his color. And I guess we're going to start modeling his body, because when I'm modeling his ears, I'm going to be using his body as, like, a reference for how long his ears are going to be. Okay, so if I look at my scale reference, I have him at 4 heads tall. So, like, there's his head followed by 3 invisible heads where the rest of his body is located in. Like, I don't know, like, if you've ever drawn, like, anime style, I'm just used to measuring things in heads. That's how I work out my scale. So I guess we got to stack some more Lytham heads here. Well, not literally Lytham heads, but... Okay, let's see here. How are we gonna do this? I guess we could move this up, right? Oh, hang on. I wonder if we can group these. Interesting how I can't select more than one at a time. That's kind of odd. Let's add a mesh. We're gonna make another cuboid, I guess. You want to have a tall one. The proportions of his head were like, what was it, 16 by 16 at the beginning? Is there an easy way to measure that? 22? 22? 20, 20. So the green is the height. So the height of his heads in the program is 20. So if he's 4 heads tall, he's going to be 80 total. So I require 60 more to fit his torso in. And his torso is going to be occupying, I think, 2 of those heads. If I look at my skill reference again. Is that 2 of his head? Mostly. That goes down to, like, below his pelvis. Okay, I'm gonna call it, like, two more of those. So, like, 40 size shape, 40 tall shape. We're gonna make a 40 tall shape that's gonna serve as his torso. It's gonna start at his shoulders and end at his pelvis. So let's make one of those. So the height of his head is 20, so we're gonna make 40 for his torso. The diameter... Is it really that? Is it really that, like... How thick is Lytham? I'm not sure. I'll just put in the same number and we can mess with it later, I guess. So now Lytham's torso. We can put his torso here. Is it snapping to him automatically? It is, I think. Alright, good. Obviously we want to make this part a bit flatter. And this time I'm gonna do modeling correctly. That is by starting with few faces and working with as few faces as possible until I need to add more geometry. I gotta pretend like I've actually modeled something before because I actually have. And not like model like a moron. Okay. Maybe not quite as thin as that. Okay, that's a good place to start. Okay, so where does... It seems like... I'm looking at the reference here. In the middle, is where he's at his thinnest. So I should start like adding loop cuts. I don't think there's much else I can do at this stage without adding loop cuts. I'll save. Save project with increments. Right. I was just about to say, I wonder if this program is cool enough to have incremental saves. It is. Okay. Because we might want to revert if I mess up. Alright. Lights down, looking good. I don't know why I've been streaming. I've managed to make this in only 1 hour and 30 minutes so far. I think that's a decent amount of progress in that amount of time. Okay, so it's not exactly halfway. It's not exactly halfway, but we'll put the loop cut in. We're gonna have to like do a loop cut on this edge, I guess. So now our boy Lytham is divided into 2 halves. And I would do an edge slide here if it was Blender, but it's not Blender. I don't think it's gonna be too terrible for me to add a few more loop cuts here. I know, I said I was gonna behave myself, but we still got to add geometry. And I gotta make sure I have, like, the geometry to make his neck and his shoulders and stuff. Okay. So, I want to think, like, how many loop cuts do we want to put in here? Not sure yet. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Let's put a loop cut on this one. We're gonna need, like, one here and one here for his neck, and then we're gonna need to, like, have some on his shoulders. I keep pressing loop cut, and Right, I just gotta get it into my head that you click the thing first, and then you press loop cut. Otherwise, we're gonna have unpredictable results. Alright. So his shoulder kind of comes out as far as his cheek tufts do. That's kind of like the width of his shoulders. Maybe I gave him like bigger shoulders than he usually does. Because, you know, my sketch isn't like super on model. Dude, I think I should probably take a pee break. One sec. How we doing? How we doing? How we doing? All right. Um, Geez, I don't know, like, I don't know if, like, my Twitch thing is, like, eating some of my messages. I'm not sure if all of them are showing up. I sure hope they are. My art glove, where's that? Ugh, I'm gonna put my art glove back on. Probably good idea to take a sippy as well. It's a little bit warmer today. Uh, all right. Um, what are we doing? All right, we're trying to figure out how many loop cuts I want to do right now. Um, yep. Probably like 2 more on each of these. Did I just press loop cut again? Okay, I don't think it did anything. No, that's... Keep pressing the wrong thing. Why is that not... Huh? Okay. It's just me getting used to, like, the controls of the program, I think. It's nothing else, really. Um... Right. So this can be where his neck connects. So we should move down the rest of the vertices to leave room for his neck and his shoulders. We can do like this with edge selection tool. Can I hide his head? Nothing personal, item. I just got to see your shoulders right now. Or just like with faces, actually. That's not really the intended effect. Maybe I got to extrude it. If I extrude it, it's not gonna look weird. I think that might be a better option. Um, he's not got much of a neck, our boy Lytham, but that's okay. Um, maybe make it this much, and then we extrude his neck here, so it doesn't mess with the vertices too much. I do recall there being an extrude. Yeah, like that. When we bring our head back for a second, we make sure it connects properly. Connects properly like this. And I think we get the edges here and we bring the edges up a little bit. Select this one too, please. Kind of hard to see if the edges are being selected. Okay. Alright, it's not like doing symmetrical wise, which is fine, I guess. I just gotta do it again on this side. There we go. So now the collarbone doesn't look so weird. And I guess we just want to ease our shoulders a little bit over here. Do I want to turn on, like, mirror modeling again, so I don't gotta do it on both sides? Okay, let's definitely hide the cheek tufts in the head again, because it's just getting in the way. Okay, just give the shoulder is just suggest the shape of the shoulder is just a little bit there. We want to move this loop cut up, I think, so it matches where Lythev's body is at its thinnest. If I do a click and drag here, okay, that's gonna select all of those. There's a loop selection tool again in Blender, but I don't know if that's a thing in this. Loop selection that just like automatically selects a given loop. There's probably like some key combination where you can select an entire loop in one swift motion. I don't know it because I'm just a beginner to this program. Dude, come on. Alright. So looking more closely at his reference, it's about like 1/3 up his torso is where he's at his thinnest. So I guess like here, maybe a little bit lower than that. About here, I think. So we can deselect that. And then just bring him in a little bit here. Maybe a little more. That's a bit weird how the geometry is like getting compressed there. Not a huge fan of that. Like probably want to avoid vertices being squished together like that, honestly. Dude, just let me pick the thing. Move this guy over a little to make more room. And on this side as well. Okay. I think overall, he's a little bit too wide. And that includes like his shoulders. I probably want to bring him in even more than that. So I'm going to start moving each of these in by 1 pixel or so. If I was working with more geometry than this, it would take so much longer. So this is why you want to do it with like less geometry because it's quicker. There's less clicking involved. I wish it would have replicated that on the other side. I think that's about how thin he is. I think that's his level. That's how thin he is at that part of his body. I'm just gonna have to replicate this the best I can on the other side. Not that it has to be identical, because it's like the back of him rather than the front of him. It's probably going to be a different shape anyway. Okay. Obviously, we want to bring his this part in. And that's gonna be like his underarm, I guess. So we can bring that up. So it's more like his underarm. Is this the front of his head? Okay. So it's like his pecs are here. You're not gonna see no pecs though because he's got like tufts of fur and stuff. You know, kind of like again Sonic style kind of thing. All right. So now we have roughly the shape of his upper body. I want to get to work on his pelvis because I want to have the overall shape of his torso down. So his pelvis is actually a little above where we have it now. So I think we want to select. This seems too intricate for your poor brain to follow. Hello, Matsuo! Believe me, this is literally like the second time I played this. Or I used this program. And the first time I used this program, I used it for like just a couple minutes, so trust me when I say I am far from knowing what I'm doing. I'm just kind of bringing a little bit of Blender experience into this. It's a good program, though. Welcome in, Matsuo. I'm modeling my friend Lytham. At the moment, we're just working on his torso. His head looks a little bit more developed, as you can see. So his pelvis is gonna be just a little bit, a couple clicks up, I think. Let's say about here. And then I can start tapering it. Let's grab these edges and start tapering it. I guess it should be like all of the edges apart from the middle one. I wonder if I can do this on one side. If I just do this on one side, it should do it like for the other side because it's got like some symmetry enabled, right? So if I just do like this and then bring it up. By one click it does it. Okay, good. And then I can just select 3 of them and do it again. And get that pelvis shape in. And that's where his legs are going to come from, I guess. Maybe do that one more time. Okay. All right. We got the very rough shape of Lytham's torso going. So that's something. I could start modeling on his ears even using this as a reference. We can mess with his torso a little bit later. But yeah, I want to work on his ears. Her ears are fun. Say incremental. Maybe name this a little bit more intelligently. Call it torso. And then we start to work on his ears. His ears go... They are about level with his pelvis, so it's good that we worked out where his pelvis is. They start... Okay, let me take a look at the other reference. I got a couple references for my boy Lytham. They come off of, like... It's a little bit hard to tell where exactly they come from. His ears. Okay. They are, like, behind his cheek tufts, so I'm guessing they're coming from, like, this kind of area near the top of his head. And flopping down like a bunny's ears, you know? All right, it's not gonna be a texture like like a plane, like his cheek tufts. I could nearly get away with it. And just like add a little bit of Would that be an intelligent way to do it? Because I'm gonna want them to look kind of curved. If you think of a bunny's ears, they're kind of like curved. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the best approach is. I just gotta try something, I guess. I want to add a mesh. I can add a cuboid, or I can add bevel cuboid. Bevel cuboid, is that something I should have used for my head? What does a bevel cuboid look like? Show me. Okay. Yeah. I would have wanted to use this, I think, for my head. When I started, because it's a little bit more organic in shape. One of the biggest rules in 3D modeling is don't use spheres when you're modeling. You can generate one. Because a sphere starts with a try. It starts with many tries, and it starts with a lot of geometry, so that's like the first thing they tell you when you're studying 3D modeling is stay the heck away from spheres, make your own sphere. Okay. So what are we actually going to choose for his ears? Probably a cuboid. Bevel cuboid, cuboid. Bevel cuboid, okay. Let's try my friend bevel cuboid out. Diameter going to be a lot less than that, I think. We can mess with it once we generate it though, so. Why is it duplicating them when I move them? Oh, is it because of the... It's because of the 3D modeling. That's interesting. It's generating two of them because of the mirror. The mirror on the modeling. I didn't think it would mirror it to that extent where it's actually making two of them. I don't think that's a good thing, actually. I'd rather duplicate them later, to be honest. Let's disable that for now. I'm not sure if there's going to be problems down the line if I do it that way. So, okay. His ears. Lightum's ears, which are going to be that long. Make them level with his pelvis here. And then we got to make it... I'm gonna select all of these faces, though. I guess there are downsides to using, a beveled guy right at the start, because you gotta click more faces to make it work. Make his ears thinner. They are definitely gonna end up thinner than that for sure. Maybe this guy already has too much geometry, I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna have to hide everything else to make sure that this is the right shape. So it is being modeled symmetrically. It is being modeled symmetrically right now. If I look at the side view of him... We don't have a freaking side view. Oh, I'm always surprised by that, but I still don't have a side view of my guy here. Okay. I don't exactly know how wide his ears are. We're just gonna have to, guess a little bit. Okay, we'll say that they're that wide. Maybe a little bit less than that. And they're definitely gonna have to be thinner. So the grid that we're working on, because everything in this program operates on a grid. I think there's a way for you to alter the resolution of the grid itself. It hasn't quite come into play yet, so I'm not sure how to do it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it thin enough. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to describe like what the problem is here, but maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Does that look fine? I could bring that in just a little bit more, right? And that doesn't do anything bad. No, that's fine. That's actually fine. That's actually fine. That's just like his inner ear. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I don't think I gotta mess with any stuff like the grid resolution or whatever they call it or whatever the option is. Um okay, we gotta select this edge. Sir, please. Please. Just let me select you. And then we're gonna move you this way. I don't know about that. I don't know if that's what I want to do. Why is that? Why does that not look the way that I expected? I think it's because it's facing through other geometry. I have to move the other edges, like these edges, and then maybe it'll look a little bit more natural. Or maybe I just want to select a face here. Just, dude, stop trying to move it. Just select the faces. I move these faces. Is that gonna look better? Hmm. I think so. I think we're moving in the right direction here, but we just gotta make sure that we keep the curvature and the way it looks like an inner ear. And we're probably gonna do that by adding like a couple loop cuts and stuff. Okay, where's the inside and where's the outside of the ear here? Okay, so this is the inside of the ear. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I want that as I don't think that's the effect that I'm trying to I'm trying to make them like curve outwards a bit without affecting the shape of the ear too much. Okay. Whatever. I'm not gonna fuss all day about this. Let's move the ear into position. Um it is at the correct length that way, so I should probably just stretch the top half, right? Where in his head do we want to attach this? Let's make it a little higher than that and then move the whole object a little forward. And then move the top part closer to his face. His inner ear is touching his cheek here, which I think is fine. I think we're going to want to have it curve backwards a little bit, because that's how his ears tend to rest. They kind of like curve, or like, I don't know if curve is the most accurate word. They kind of like flex a bit. Okay, that's how close I want it to be to his cheek, because gravity is making it go to his cheek. What about the cheek tufts? Okay, the ear should be behind the cheek tufts. So I think we wanna move all of these guys. Nah, I don't want to select none of the head right now. Oh, it's because the selection mode is different. Okay. Let's bring the head back in. And the cheek tuft back in and make sure it's behind. Okay. I think that's a decent like width. I think they kind of taper at the top actually. Now I look at it, it's kind of like smaller at the top and bigger at the bottom. But we'll hone in on the shape as we move, I guess. Maybe it's time we start adding loop cuts and changing the overall shape a little bit. He's gonna miss all of this, isn't he? My Bylethum's gonna miss all of this. Okay. Right, where to go from here? Let's attach his ear first. Can be hard to think about like what your next move is gonna be. Bring this edge closer to his face here. Okay, that's now inside of his head. So let's go here and here. Or here. Okay, that's a bit more natural-ish. Hmm. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I mean, it looks okay. It looks okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's not like Lytham is paying me to make a commission or anything. It's just kind of for practice. I gotta remember that. This is gonna be a surprise for him. There's tries on that. I didn't notice that. I didn't notice that the friggin' tapered guy has, like, tries on it. I didn't know that... The hell... Tries are the enemy. We don't have tries on our topology. It's not good. Okay. So now we got it attached to his head. Now we just gotta rotate the bottom, I suppose, so that we have that... The thing that I'm trying to describe that I'm having trouble describing, it sort of like turns. The way that his ears rest, it kind of like turns. Like this. Like that. It starts like this and then it flexes like that, so you can see like more of his inner ear towards the bottom of his design. Right? You can't see his inner ear here, but you can see it here. Still fussing for which keyboard keys I should be pressing. So it's like here. I'm gonna check my different references to see how far off model I am. I think this is an old reference image because he looks quite different in this one. His ears are shorter in this reference image. I don't know how accurate this is, how accurate this model is to how his character is supposed to look. I guess I'll ask him later when I get a chance to show him. Oh, we got some clipping here. I guess we could move this a little bit back. It's gonna be like resting behind him. I think that's a bit more like it, isn't it? It's a bit more natural draping. Okay. I kind of want to color his ear in now. I mean, like, his ear is, like, nowhere near finished, but I kind of want to color it in to, like, give me an impression of how it's looking. Same with his torso. Just to see, like, how much it's actually matching how he's supposed to look. So we're gonna make a new texture, I guess. Save incremental. I'm gonna make a new texture. The density of the texture, I don't know. I'm gonna stick with 32. Okay, so it seems like the texture is a little bit wilder than before. We got that inner ear going already though. I don't know how this is gonna be to edit. This might be a little bit trickier. Okay. Let's get the color for his inner ear sorted first of all. I don't think I would have laid out his UV like this if I had anything to say about it. It might be easier just to paint this by hand actually on the model itself. Yeah, nothing about this is going to be simple. I mean, we can work with this and then we can sort of refine it. Can I... What's Paint Bucket gonna do? Okay, Paint Bucket's gonna do that. That's fine. So, I don't think we want that to be inner ear color. We want that to be his main, like, lighter fur color. His lighter fur color. Let's sample that. This part is even lighter, actually, down here. Near, like, the tips of his ears, but we'll sort that later. And then back here where this color again. What's that yellow part doing? These strips here are a bit strange. I don't think the texture needed to be this dense, but it's kind of hard to see with like how dense the grid is actually. Okay. We just got this yellow part and the blue part, these like weird strips here. Can I just edit the UV? Can I paint the UV directly to get rid of this nonsense, whatever that is? Why is the texture 128 by 128? When did I don't remember selecting a texture that was that high resolution. Right? I don't remember doing that. Can I paint bucket this? No, is the answer. Oh god, okay. Nah, dude, this is trash. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know what happened with this texture, but this ain't it. This is not what I want to be spending my time doing. I think, do we have a selection tool? If I had a selection tool, this would be faster. Okay. Can I do a color fill? Color fill. Or paint bucket? Okay. That might be faster? Maybe? I'm not sure. I guess we just select this and then we paint bucket it. I think that will end up being faster. Just trying to find any way of making this tedium a little less tedious. Wait. Oh my god, okay. I did not do that correctly. I lost my selection somehow. I mean, eventually in 3D modeling, you're going to end up with having to do tedious stuff, but I think this was avoidable. I wonder, like, if the correct approach would have been to generate the texture before the the geometry got more difficult, because the program is trying to generate the geometry when it's all complicated, and I think that's the reason why we're seeing a, you know, a rather confused mess here with all this colored garbage everywhere. Dude, I'm just gonna have to like fix all this garbage, and that's all there is to it. Anything that isn't like a fur color of Lithium is just gonna have to get replaced. I don't think it's actually gonna take that long, to be honest. It's just time I'd rather be spending on modeling, because that's what we're here to learn. Note to self: generate the texture before you start tweaking the model in unusual ways. Let's fill what we've done so far. Okay, good. How do I deselect even? I guess I just click anywhere. Okay. Paint bucket tool isn't perfect, but no paint bucket tool is, really. I don't think I'm going to select these parts yet, because it might be the case where that's better off being an inner ear color. Pink color there. Oh, we're getting there, we're getting there. We're nearly done fixing up this little mess. I gotta pay attention to the resolution of my textures too. I don't know how that guy got to be 128 big, to be honest. But I should probably keep an eye on that, because the whole point of models like this is to keep things low poly and the textures low resolution. Kind of goes against the whole design philosophy if I'm working in higher resolutions than I need to be. Inner ear color, it seems that it's been saved to the palette, which is convenient. No, I didn't mean to fill that. Yeah, just deselect it, please. We'll do the rest of it by hand, because it's just small areas. Fix my boy's ears. I don't know if that guy's supposed to be a square, you know, like with an outline. We should change that in a second. I think that's a template texture that got left in somehow. I'm not super sure what these gray parts are either. I should probably just paint those over too. Because I don't know what those are. Alright, there we go. And Lithium's ears, texture-wise, have been fixed. Save incremental. Okay. Let me take a look at this. This guy, this ear. Yeah, we got some more work to do, definitely, for this ear to make it look natural. There's some issues for sure. But you know, it's all part of the learning process, I guess. Yeah, this guy here, that ain't right. There. I should probably do his ear tips now, right? Ear tips. Uh, how far down his body do the ear tips go? Get his torso back in here for reference. Um, maybe about here? Again, it doesn't have to be completely exact. Let's get the last fur color sampled for him. Just a little off-white for the tips of his ears. No, that's actually white. That's full-on white. For the tips of his ears here. Okay. I think we'll just move away from the UV here and, apply it directly in the model for a sec. I don't have the right tool selected, do I? Okay. I mean, ideally, when I'm working with this program, I'd like to be working with, my tablet. I'm not working with my tablet right now. It would make stuff like editing the pixel arts a little bit easier and more natural. But I haven't, because I don't have a lot of experience with the program, I haven't mastered the having to move around with a mouse, let alone a stylus. But I'll figure it out, and then I can work with this stuff a little bit easier. There's the tips of his ears coming in on the white there. And I guess it should be represented on his inner ear too. You can see me like fumbling to find the right key to move around. I used to have this gadget that I used on Windows when I was a Windows guy and I was using on Blender. I had like a 3D mouse that I would use to like move around models lightning quick. Love using that thing. But compatibility and drivers and stuff isn't always a sure thing on Linux, unfortunately. And I think on one of my Linux installations I managed to get my 3D mouse working. I haven't put in the work to do it again because I remember it being kind of a nightmare to get it working. It's probably a good idea maybe to try that at some point because it's a very good tool for moving around super quickly. All of the functionality is not going to be there because it's a Windows thing trying to communicate with a Linux computer, so yeah. Yeah, that inner ear texture, we gotta change that so these gray parts are pink. Do that in a second. I keep pressing the space bar by accident. I hope that doesn't do anything important. Okay. I guess it's just the shading. That looks like a different color straight up, but I'm assuming it's just the shading. The 3D mouse is, a way to describe it, it kind of makes it feel a little bit more like you're holding the object in your hands. I guess for someone who's never seen or used a 3D mouse before, it's kind of weird to describe it, but yeah, the intended effect is that it's supposed to feel like a bit more like you're holding the object, because 3D mouse can be moved, physically pushed and pulled along all three axes, the X, Y, and Z axis, and it can also be rotated along all three axes as well. It's got 6 degrees of freedom. If you saw my Descent streams, or if you play Descent, then you know what we're talking about. I think that's all of the palest, like the white section of his fur. Geometry looks a little bit stinky. It does look a bit stinky. But this model isn't going to be used for VTubing or much of anything, I don't think, so, it don't matter. I mean, obviously, I'm going to give this to Lytham and he can do whatever he wants with it. But yeah, these ears, geometry looks a little scuffed, as evidenced by the fact that, editing the texture was a little weird. A sure sign that something's gone wrong with the topology. What is this now? Oh no. That's not good at all. It seems to me that half of the pixels... Okay. You can see what's happening, can't you? Like, half of the pixels are going over the geometry. That's no good. That's a weird one. Yeah, we might have to just leave that as it is. Because, that might end up looking worse the more that we mess with it. Oh my god. Oh, that's kind of rough, dude. That's... Oh dear. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, on the bright side, that's probably the part of his ear that you're gonna see the least through, right? Like, look. No, you're gonna see that a lot, actually. No. Apart from that, it looks really good. That's about the only thing that looks wrong with this, is just a weird... See, the thing is, I know this is fixable. I know for a fact this is fixable. It's just that to fix it, you need to mess with the UV directly. We haven't done that yet. No time like the present, I guess, to figure out how to mess with UVs. Is this fixable? Right, as you can see, the UV is, a little stinky. Maybe this is actually an easier fix than I think it is. Like, what if I just, boop, and, boop. So there's no, like, pink part. It's only selecting the pink. Right? I mean, that appears to have worked, right? If it works, it works. You know? Yeah. Okay. It looks fine. It looks fine. It looks fine. That's the main thing. We fixed it, okay? A bit of a shortcut, but, you know. The results are okay. The top of his head is not fluffy enough. I gotta fix that. He's a fluffy boy, he got to be fluffier. And obviously I gotta clone his bevel cuboid. That is his ear. Shift D. No. No? Select the whole object and then Shift D. No. Why? Why though? Select his ear. I mean, maybe I shouldn't, like... I gotta be sure I'm actually finished editing his ear before I duplicate it. I could mess with it more, but I don't think it really needs that. I could do one loop cut near his shoulder. I just hope it doesn't mess up the UV any more than it already is. I don't know if this adding extra geometry is necessary here, but we'll see how it looks and see if it affects anything negatively. If I had a loop cut here... Okay, I've already done it because I clicked it. Okay, let's hide these things. I want to bring... I want to... Select the edge. Yeah, right. Okay. No. Select vertices. There we go. And I want to bring this up, I think. So it's draping off his shoulder a little bit more naturally. I don't know if that's an improvement or not, but... I don't know, I don't know about that. I think I'll just leave it. I think I'll just leave it. I don't want to mess with it too much. We'll duplicate that across, if the program is gonna allow me to do that. And, why is the duplicate not working anymore? Control D? Oh, I'm pressing Shift D. That's why it wasn't working. I was pressing the wrong freaking key. So you want to scale it, positive 26 along the red axis, which is X. Okay. No, that's the position. No, that's the pivot point. I don't want to mess with that for sure. Pivot points are only really gonna come into play, if, like, rigging is happening. Is it size I'm messing with? I think it is. Just put a minus in front of this. And attach this to the side of his head. There we go. Ah, what? I'm looking good. And I think if I enable mirror modeling, then when it should, like, do it on both ears, right? If I do this, yeah. All right, that's good. That's a good sign. It shows that it's it is mirrored in the way that I would like. I want this try to be a little lower. Okay, I think... I think we're causing geometry issues because the inner ear is doing something unusual. I select this part as well and move it along with it, then we're not gonna have any issues. Oh, okay. Hang on. Maybe I spoke too soon. That's fine. Let's stop messing with the ears for now. I think we're good. We're good on the ears for the moment at least. Now his head needs to be fluffier. This part is sticking out too much as well. I'm going to move both of these guys back a bit. Okay, we're getting geometry issues. That guy doesn't want to be moved anymore. So I guess we'll move this one only. Try and even it out a little bit. I don't want these vertices to be too close together. Dude, fine. I mean, it's probably not the end of the world to just click accept and let it do what it wants to do, but I don't want it doing weird stuff like generating tries. Okay. As far as head shape goes, I don't think I need to be any more like in depth than this, but I do want to add a little bit of fluff to the top of his head. Save project incremental. Fluffy. We got to make his head fluffy, okay? We've got to make a plane to make fluffy. Probably a good idea to start naming these. Okay, wow. Wow. I'm actually impressed. Did you see what it did just there? It named okay, maybe I'm not impressed. Why is there an additional duplicate? Okay, I think that's too many ears. No, I am impressed. I am impressed. It named the ear left because the other one was named right, and it knows that it's a copy of that one. So that's intelligent design. I like it. The mirror tool is powerful in this program for sure. Clearly. All right. Fluff for a fluffy cabot's head. Let's make a plane. We're going to make some fluff for him. Yeah, sure, whatever. Let's put it up here and see what we're doing with it. Okay. So how do we want to position this? We want it to be mostly visible from the front. I wonder if you can make planes double-sided. I don't think it matters too much, because again, it's like mostly visible from the front, I think. Are we rotating? I want to make sure that the fluff is in the right position. What? Oh, it's yeah, I'm gonna turn this off for now. Useful feature, but you don't want to have it on all the time. All right. So the fluff. I mean, the fluff is kind of. I could almost, dude. I could almost like copy one of the ear tufts and just like adapt it. Honestly, I think that might be faster. Well, it's definitely gonna be faster. I think it's gonna make sense. I guess. Let's just duplicate this, have a second tuft left, and we'll call it, tuft, here, I guess. Rotate is R and move is V. Okay, I gotta start remembering some of this, some of these shortcuts. I think spacebar spacebar changes the tool a little bit sometimes. Is it double-sided? It seems to be double-sided. Okay, this is rotating in a strange way. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Maybe a little bit less hanging down like that. It's not like tails. It's more like the top of his head kind of thing. Hmm. I just gotta consider how it looks from the front. That's the important thing, really. I mean, that looks fairly authentic to his art, his reference image. Move it a little bit more to the side, I think. I'll have to change the color, obviously, to his hair color. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks pretty on model. Um, yeah. Yeah, mostly that looks good. Obviously gonna have to change the color here. It's using the same texture as the cheek tuft, which isn't gonna work out for me. Um, so let's make a new texture just for the tuft hair to change the color. $16, sure. How are we looking here? Okay, so that's the geometry you've generated for me. Fine. Got to sample his color. It's on the palette, so I can just click up here. Paint bucket. Or wait a minute, it's a really low res texture, so I can just click this without it taking 5 years. Why does that look the way that it does? Why does that look the... Oh, it's because... Hang on. I know why it looks the way that it does. I shouldn't have done it that way. I need to duplicate the texture and then apply the duplicate. Right, so this is the duplicate texture, and then we want to edit that, right? I'm assuming this program is smart enough to realize that, yeah, I want it assigned to this. That's good. That's perfect. That's perfect, in fact. Loving this program. Genuinely loving this program so far. I hope he's pleased with this when he wakes up and sees it finally. Maybe it would have been smarter and nicer for me to like actually verify he was able to see this before I started doing it, but it was a surprise, so I don't know. Even I didn't know I was gonna do this. I just sort of randomly decided I was gonna do this. I can't be bothered using the selection tool. We'll just do this. I added an extra pixel, freaking heck. Can I just... Oh, I can just right-click to remove a pixel, but it also opens a context-sensitive menu. Okay. So we got this guy looking like this now. Yeah, the shading makes it look weird in places, because his hair color and the color of the top of his head is the same color. It just really just doesn't look the same color because of shading, I suppose. I think soon I'll be working on his limbs, I guess. His arms and his legs. Incremental save. Okay. I'm gonna be working on this. I've been working on this for 2 hours and 3/4. I got plenty of time still. Alright. What do we want to do with this torso? I guess we want to color it in. Yeah, little bro, art stream. Welcome, big brother. Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing this. Whatever this is, I'm doing it. I'm doing this, big brother. This is just a persona of a friend that I'm modeling. Okay. Torso. We want to change the colors so it more resembles the rest of the guy. Alright. You think you know them? Yeah, he's a cool guy. Ironically, I did message him, but he must be asleep or something, because... Yeah. Oh well. He's gonna be surprised for me when he wakes up, I guess. Alright, we want to paint this guy's torso. Let's make a new texture for him. Something lower resolution, maybe, than what we've been working with. Trait texture. Pop it down to 16. We got the cyan going. It's generating a texture there. Oh, right. This is because I've been like messing with the shape of things, and then it's having to try to work out the texture. Yeah. We're definitely learning that we have to generate the texture first, aren't we? Before we mess with the geometry too much, because it confuses it. Okay. I'm going to have to make this all Lytham color. Oh gosh. Alright. This is his base for a color. Kind of close to that, but not exactly that. Yeah, nothing else for it, guys. Nothing else for it. Let's get to it. I'll get that selection tool going and try and make this go by as quickly as I can. I need to be holding the shift key for that to work. I wish the paint bucket tool would help me in these situations, but it's simply not designed for that. Wait a minute. Can I just... Hang on. Wait, there might be a more intelligent way to do this, actually. Work smarter, not harder. Look at that, guys. Rookie learning. Okay. Wait, let's just make everything not visible, and I can just do this. That's such a more intelligent way of doing this. All right, good. Good. Yeah, that was a lot quicker. For sure. Right. Just get rid of these weird little yellow spots here. Maybe I start working on his arms or his legs soon. I was like, for a second there, I was like, where did his freaking face go? But then I realized I was looking at the back of his head. Okay. So his arms, we just gotta like kind of rough these out. I kind of want to do his legs first because like I want to make sure his proportions are in order. So I want to get like his full height accounted for. This part of his neck isn't finished. I just noticed it's the wrong shade of... I'm not editing that part. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I wanna put his legs in so I make sure that he's the right proportions, or at least I say the right proportions, but it's the proportions that I drew him in. I'm referring to my own sketch, so he's just gonna have to tell me how on model it is whenever we see him. So if I refer to my sketch, the last head of his height, is it more than a head? His legs are slightly more than a head tall. We calculated that his head is 20, so we want to make a couple cuboids that are 20. But considering how we can have mirror modeling on, I just got to make one of them, and it will copy the other leg over. So let's make another mesh, another cuboid. No, not a plane. We make a cuboid, and the height is going to be 20. Probably more than 20, but I can manually change it. I'm not sure what the diameter should be. Certainly should be smaller than that. So let's put 10 here for diameter. And see what we're working with here. Shorter than I expected. Is that really the length of his leg? No. That only goes to like his ankle length, I think. I'm squinting at my sketch here. I want to say his leg is like starting here. I'm just gonna like eyeball it until it looks right to me, like the right length. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be much longer than that. Can I just adjust the scaling easily here? The size is... Okay, so I can just... Oh, that affects the selected right, selected face. Okay. If I select the object, can I... Right, I can still make it... Okay. So overall, his thighs, because he's part rabbit, you know, he got thighs, basically. It's probably thicker than this at the top, honestly. Haunches, I guess you would say. Like, cats have them too. Cats and rabbits, and he's part cat and part rabbit, so he's for sure going to have them. So let's... We want these to kind of like... In my sketch, they're kind of like meeting, below his pelvis. So if I put like... Maybe 11 is enough, actually. So it's like here. Kind of like meets in the middle like that. I'm gonna have to like put loop cuts where his inner... I think the reason why it looks so weird is because it's so chonky. It's only going to be chonky at the top. It's going to taper where his knee is and taper where his ankle is. So it's not going to look as weird once we've altered that, I guess. I'm going to start putting in loop cuts, I think. Loop cut in the middle. We're going to need at least 3 of these. I'm thinking. Certainly because his foot is going to have to be extruded out of the bottom, I suppose. Just extrude his foot out from the bottom face, I guess. So this where his thigh, that's where his leg is going to be the widest. And this is going to be where his knee is. I think this is going to be higher up than it currently is. We won't want to move this up. Because his knee is about here, I would say. We can change the size of this. I'm already learning faster ways of doing things. We give it a width of 8, maybe. And then, like, select these parts and make that taper a little bit better. By putting this to 9, maybe. Maybe make this a little thinner. Okay. And, obviously we're gonna have to make the torso match the leg here. So I guess we could move these vertices up so that they attach to where the leg, or where the thigh is. I think that would be the smartest way to do this. Okay, let's select all the no. I gotta get rid of this ear. It's in the way here. And make sure I'm only selecting, these 3 vertices. I'm gonna put mirror modeling on so the other side is, like, replicated. Just move this up out of the way for now. Bring the leg back in. And, try to match these guys up a bit here. I mean, it doesn't need to, like, touch exactly, of course, but it does need to look natural at the very least. I could do, like, jump to vertices. That's a thing that you can do. It's gonna take a little bit of work to make this look natural. I'm thinking that we make this wider than the leg. So it's not like sticking out. And bring the parts of the pelvis out as well. Okay, does that look any better? Not exactly. Hmm. I can't make this look organic. I can't make this look organic the way that I would like. It's also moving the vertices at the back, which is not what I wanted. Okay. I gotta stop. Hmm. Doing stuff where I don't know the full extent of what's happening. Dude, how do I make this look better? I just gotta make it so that the legs are disappearing into the torso. What if I just gotta taper it better. I think that's all it is. Just requires a little bit of patience and finesse here. Okay. And maybe bring this part back. I think that is starting to look a bit better, isn't it? Yeah, that's sort of like the implication of the shape of a pelvis. I think so. I gotta bring a loop cut on these legs, and then that will give it a bit more shape, I think. Right, let's see how what we can do with a loop cut on the legs here. I haven't saved in a while, so I'm gonna do that in a second. Right, now that we've got the loop cut, we can bring this part of the leg forward and then maybe make this part look a little bit less weird. Um, this part needs to go back, I think. Gee, I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna get it to look any more natural. If I had like a side view, I get more of an impression of like if Lytham is a little bit um pudgier than I thought, you know? Maybe hide this behind a bit of a tummy, but I don't think he has a bit of a tummy. I just do this and it's fine. I mean that looks better. That actually looks better than than what I'm trying to do, I think. Just having like the pelvis clip like this inconsistently is looking worse than what I just did, honestly. So I might just have like the whole pelvis in front of the legs, to be honest. Okay, I think Kitty wants to leave my room. 1 second. Let me allow her to leave. All right. I did want to get something a bit more organic going, but I don't think it's gonna be possible right now. It's certainly not in any reasonable amount of time. And this is just for practice, so I want to not be too obsessive. Yeah, just bring this guy forward as well. Okay, I mean, that's fine. He looks kind of like a Minecraft character, but it's fine. Well, what I was trying to do is I was trying to make it so that the front of the pelvis, like, occlusion-wise, if you're drawing this character, then the front of the pelvis is occluded in front of the legs, in front of the inner thighs, and, like, these parts, these lines are, like, behind the legs. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if you were to draw this character, these lines would not be visible. But these lines would be. And that's the effect that I was trying to produce, but it's looking weird. It's just looking weird no matter how I try to tackle it, so we're just gonna move on from that, I think. I also gotta make these thicker, I think. Because in my sketch, they are touching. His legs are touching. Maybe they're like too far. Inside of his torso. I mean, that's gonna make him taller, but I don't know if that's a problem yet. Okay. That's fine. He looks like he definitely got vibes of a Lego character for sure. We can go thicker with the legs. As long as it doesn't create like occlusion problems for me. Can I do vertex snap? Is vertex snap gonna work here for me? Does that work with vertices? Can I vertex snap my vertices, please? Hang on. No, redo. Okay. I've not used vertex snap yet, so... Okay, there it is. Move one cube to another cube by connecting two vertices. I want to connect one vertex with the other. That's what I want to do. I don't think that's what that tool is intended for. Ah, that's a pity. Yeah, I just wanted to make those two vertices touch here and here, but you know, if you were to rig this character, it would make sense anyway. There's probably a way to do that, but I sure as heck don't know it. and that's okay. I think in general, we gotta work on the shape of his torso. We gotta put loop cuts on his upper torso and his tummy, and just give that a bit more shape, I think. Edge selection mode. Loop cut. And loop cut. Okay, that's... I don't know about that, friend. It's, the texture is looking kind of scuffed there, friend. Gosh. Gosh, okay. I might need to, like, redo the texture. No, I don't need to redo the texture. I don't need to redo the texture. I can solve that with, like, a paint bucket tool, I'm pretty sure. If I just go into paint... What is going on with the geometry, though? Oh, that's not good. None of that is good. Okay. Gosh, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's enough geometry. I don't know what happened there. That's the disadvantage of not really knowing the software that you're working with. Is that when things go badly wrong, you don't really know what to do. Okay, we gotta bring his ankles in as well. These will be his ankles, I suppose. And that will be like his calf muscle. He is, plantigrade, not digitigrade, so don't gotta worry about difficult anatomy. Okay, let's bring this in for his ankle. Size, just bring this down. Probably just bring the size of his calves down as well. They aren't as prominent, as his thighs. Let's say 9. Okay. Okay, looking decent. I'm a little bit concerned about the torso. A little bit concerned about how badly the geometry was freaking out there when I was just trying to put a loop cut in. Okay. His overall height is definitely increasing, but I don't think I'm too far off model. Gonna move his calf muscle up a bit. And I think I'm just gonna extrude a part that we're gonna be using for his, paw, I guess. Let's bring this in for the back of his knee. And bring this out for the front of his knee. Maybe not quite that much. Okay. Definitely these could use a little bit of work to, look more round. But I don't think I can do much about that without increasing the topology more, and I'm not sure I want to commit to that quite yet. I think it's going to be inevitable if we're making his paw or his foot as like the same object. I think it's kind of inevitable that we're gonna be adding more loop cuts because his foot is going to be more complexity on top of this. Okay, let's start by selecting the faces. We'll extrude something for his foot here. Maybe a little more. And then I guess we're going to extrude out the front like this. Extrude is Shift E. I think that's the same as it is for Blender. Not that it really helps because I haven't used Blender in who knows how long. How many extrudes do I want to do here? I think I want to have this one here and then extrude again. Okay, I don't know. I got no inclination why you just did that, to be honest. And why is this so lopsided? Is that an additional loop cut that I didn't know that I had? I think it might be. Can I add a loop cut here to fix this? I sure hope so. Don't freak out. Okay, you're not freaking out. That's good. Oh, interesting. I didn't even notice that you can add the number of loop cuts. That's useful to know. Okay, let's go back to faces and get on with extruding. Shift E to extrude. And there you go. What is this part on this side of his foot? Why is... Ah, dude. Okay, we definitely gotta fix that. Something on the side of his foot is extruding at the same time. Okay, I think that was the desired effect was like more like this. I think that's about the size that we're looking at. Maybe a little smaller than that. Maybe a little smaller. But I think what I want to do is we want to refine the shape here a little bit. We can work out like the finer details of like the shape and everything as we move forward. But we got to make this part of the ankle a little bit thicker to make it look a bit more natural. Those look like tries, but I know they aren't. Ah, dude, look at that. Look at that. What is going on with his ankle there? Like, those are... Oh no, they're fine. They're fine, actually. They're not tries. They're not... It's fine. It's fine. It's just it leaves kind of like an after image. It kind of looked like, something weird was happening with, geometry going through it itself or whatever. Again, I don't have a side view, so I don't know if this is actually the shape of things, but it's gonna have to do for the moment. I'm gonna have to put a loop cut on the side of his foot, I think. Just to make sure it's like the right shape. Besides, they look a little bit, like, they look long to me, maybe a little bit too long. Let's see. Let's put a loop cut along this. And bring out the sides a little bit. I mean, there are aspects of this that could be just like textures. These are like all the same size, which is good because those could work for like toes. Maybe I don't want to mess with these parts because that's like the same size right now, and I kind of like that because they're supposed to be the same size. That's kind of like an ankle kind of shape, I guess. Bring that out here too. I mean, the ankle should only be on the inside, right? Maybe I put it back on this side. Okay. That looks decent. That looks decent. All right. I don't think this part should stick out quite so much. What are we doing? When you're working with like digits in old video games, like in Final Fantasy and games like that, even like Half-Life and stuff, you're looking at like mitten hands and stuff. You gotta commit to it if you're gonna just do like mitten hands, like give up on fingers and digits completely. Or like what? I mean I don't need to. I could do an extrude here and see if I can make it work. They're gonna be like little cuboids anyway, but okay. Let's try it. It's worth a try, isn't it? Might end up looking a bit strange, but we don't know until we try. Merge vertices, I think it's concerned because these are in the exact same position. Yeah. Yeah, oh, dude. It's like I gotta be careful that the vertices aren't like on exactly the same position or it's gonna give me errors. I'm just gonna revert that and save before we mess up our model. Because that's obviously something that could happen if I'm not careful. No, that's not quite right. We gotta move them apart a bit. Probably changing the resolution of the grid is something that would definitely help here, because then I would have more leeway. I think maybe I could make this work, but it's gonna be a little tricky maybe. I think I just bring this one out farther for the moment, and then just like adjust later, I guess. All right. So if I select this line, I can fine tune this a bit and bring this out here, and that looks a bit more natural. I'm gonna try to make this look symmetrical. Okay, that's not right. I had the wrong thing selected. Okay. Nope. There is a way to do this. They're still meeting in the middle. Hmm. Can I move this just a little bit more? No, there's a little bit of... Okay. This might take a little bit more finessing than I thought. This is where I'm gonna start to need, you know, some kind of view that, enables me to, like, wireframe mode or something, but I don't even know if this program has wireframe mode. I mean, these should be thicker at the front anyway. I'm pretty sure. So I can build in a little bit more space here that way. I gotta remember that I did save my progress so I can be a little bit more experimental without worrying about messing things up too much. I'm just trying to create some space here so that we can make this work without things overlapping. Oh, that doesn't look right, does it? Oh, I think it just needs to be, these parts just need to be farther out. Okay. I mean, it looks like it's, splayed a little bit too much, but, I mean, the important thing is they look slightly more natural, I think. Slightly more the shape that they should be. These could probably stand to be a bit bigger, though. Just slightly. Maybe I can bring those forward without, like, touching the other ones and creating problems for myself. Can these be brought in at all? Or are they just gonna meet in the middle? I think they're just gonna meet in the middle if I do that. Okay. I don't think we're gonna get any better than that without, like, increasing the resolution, I guess. Maybe they're too big now. Are they too big? Looks at the reference image. Maybe a little. Make them a little bit less, yeah, maybe a little bit too long. Slightly too long, maybe. Not by much, though. Okay. Let's start making these look a little bit less robotic. Why don't we? I mean, they are just gonna look robotic at the end of the day, but we can make them look slightly less so by removing these right angles a bit. Nah, dude. Nah, dude, I don't know. I don't like how these look, honestly. That's okay. I just want to get the rough shape in. Taper this heel a little bit. Maybe leave these three parts a little bit lower down. Like that. I mean, these should be touching the ground, of course, which I didn't think about somehow. Uh, the only way I could do that is by extruding them again, which is gonna look dumb. I guess I could rotate them. I could rotate the front parts so they're more like resting on the ground. That is something I could do. The instat, we could rotate that a bit. Oh gosh, it doesn't like that. It does not like that. Oh my god, okay. Is it just going to make a whole bunch of tries? Oh, it didn't complain that time. Okay. Let's move down then. Okay. That's not exactly correct, but better than what we had. And we still don't have any tries. That's fine. That'll do, I think. Um, I don't have any closer references for pause. No, I don't think I do. No, I think they're looking too big to me. They're still looking a bit too big. Um, that's fine. I don't think it matters all that much. So I think the darker blue color comes in on these as well. And we also got to think about like changing the fur color on the body too. Um, so let's enter paint mode again and select the main fur color. Is it this one? The surface does not have a texture. Oh right, we got to assign one to it. What is going on over here? Is that because there's no texture, I guess? Um, legs and feet. Okay. Well, you know what? That's not the most insane. That's really not the most insane UV. That's a pretty logical UV that it's made for me. The UV looks okay. It's not an absolute nightmare like the one for the some of the other stuff that we made. Um, a clear mark of my growing mastery of the program. Of course. Is that a 128 by 128 texture? That seems excessive to me. Create texture. Is it always going to be that? I wonder why that is. I'm not sure why that is. Like, I have no doubt that there's probably like rules that you have to obey in this program. I'm not privy to any of them. And maybe the escalating resolution is because of something that I did. I don't know. I'm gonna pour myself a Diet Coke though. I don't think the dude has a tail. No, wait a minute. He does have a tail. I've never noticed that. Wait a minute. Yo, does Lytham have a freaking tail? I I mean, this is kind of an old reference, but ugh. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I've never noticed it before. Never noticed if he had a tail or not. Like bunnies and cats both have tails, but like in the reference I'm looking at, he has like it's more like a kitty tail. I don't know if that's a thing in like modern Lythams. Um, let's not worry about that for now and focus on the legs. Um, all right, we're texture editing. Let's get that paint bucket and get these polys Lytham's base color. What did you just color? Did you just do something to his torso? I mean, not that it matters because the torso is the same color. But you can accidentally color something if it's visible. Something to bear in mind. I don't know what that square is. Maybe the square is at the top of the leg? I can only assume that's what... Oh, there's a part too. I guess we'll just select this and fill it, because I'm not really sure where it is. Again, probably just the top of the leg, honestly. Okay, so the fur pattern on the leg. Ankles are darker? Ankles are darker, so the rest of the leg is actually the fairer color. Why is it not showing up? Oh, it's because of... we got a selection active, I see. Okay. So, like, from roughly here is, like, the fairer color on his legs. Gotcha. Oh, mirror painting? Ah, dude, look. The other leg isn't updating its color. Maybe if we... I don't know how that's gonna work, actually. Like, I know that the mirror tool is powerful, but I don't know if it's going to automatically mirror the entire texture when I assign it to the duplicate that's like flipped to the other way. I'm not sure if it's gonna do that much. We'll see, I guess. And if it doesn't do it, we'll just fix it manually. It's no big deal. There's a little bit of scuffness in this model, but this is literally my first model with this program, so it's fine. So his fur color is like that, and it carries on up his torso too, so we may as well do his torso as well. And it does kind of go like that. Goes up a little bit higher than that though. Side of his body is probably the same color. And it goes along his arms too. Okay. Yeah, that's starting to really resemble our boy Lytham, actually. We really are getting there with our boy. Okay, so beans. We gotta do beans now. Beans are not the same pink. It's a slightly deeper pink, so let's pick a different color for the beans. I really hope that this transfers over to the other paw. I don't want to have to do this again. Wait. Why is this part getting painted? I mean, I can fix it in a second, I guess, but... I might need to fix the UVs here, so this makes sense. It's good practice for fixing UVs, though, at least. Okay, pads are like this. And... I don't know, we'll put... like this, I guess? Is that good? Maybe like this? It kind of feels like I should make it bigger because this part is probably bigger than it should be. Like this whole, it's probably longer than it should be. So I feel like I got to make this bigger to fill it out a bit more. Is that gonna look weird if I put that there? No, that looks fine. Yeah, that looks fine. That looks fine. It looks That looks better now. Now that I'm covering more of the surface, I guess. I don't think there's anything going on over here. I'd have to ask him. I'm not sure. Yeah, we got some stuff going on in the leg here for reasons. We're gonna need to try to mess with the UVs so that the toes look like they should, but I don't know if it really matters all that much. I don't think it really matters all that much. I think they look fine. I think they look fine. To be honest, I kind of want to just delete the other leg and duplicate this one now that the texturing is more or less done. That might be the smarter way to do this, rather than confuse the program by doing it another way. So let's just duplicate this in edit mode. Oh, did it automatically flip it? That's pretty smart. How many legs do we have? Why do we have like 3 legs? And why do they keep like cloning themselves? Is it because of this? I guess it is. Oh. So this one's the extra one, right? Okay. Alright then. Okay, okay, that looks good, that looks good. Arms? And then tail question mark? I'm just now learning that Lytham has a tail. Also, I gotta color his back for sure. Save incremental. Let's color his back here. I do have reference for his back. So the small of his back is a lighter color. So it's like this. And I guess this is where his tail is going to be. There's some weird polygons here that I don't like the look of, but it might be beyond the scope of this to try to fix it. Yeah, he looks like a Lego character, but that's kind of cute anyway. I really want to fix the torso. Like, the torso is bothering the heck out of me because it's so low poly. I mean, it is kind of charming. Like, the look of it is kind of charming, but it's very, very Lego. It is very Lego. There's no getting away from it. But the texture appears to be breaking. When I do another loop cut on the torso, I'm gonna try it again in a second. Okay, let's try again. Put loop cut on his torso, and because I would like to define the tummy more and the abs section more. This is probably enough geometry for the shoulders, but this part and this part could probably use a little bit more finesse. If I can get a loop cut in there. It's not happy. I think it would take a lot of work to fix, honestly. Okay. I don't want to waste too much time on that. I'd rather work on his arms and his tail, and either we fix that at the end or we decide that it looks fine and it doesn't matter so much. Arms. We just done his legs, so let's do his arms now. Could I use... I wonder if I could use his leg as like a base for his arm. Is that super lazy? Is that super lazy? I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? There's got to be similarities. It's a little lazy. Let's be real. Okay. Don't be lazy, rookie. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. You got time. You got time to work. So work. We will make a new mesh, and I will call this leg right. It didn't automatically rename this one. Okay, we got it though. We probably want to make something that's similar in dimensions to the leg though. I gotta clear my throat. Okay. Let's put a mesh in. I mean, it's gonna use the last used dimensions, so it's gotta be pretty similar. And it's already mirroring them, so that's good. I'm gonna need to make the ears not visible because they're gonna be in the way. I wonder how rigging works with this program. I'm gonna make these thinner because obviously his arms aren't as thick as his legs. Size. Select the whole object and then change the size. Make this like this even. Yeah, that's a lot like thinner than his leg. I think we usually do A poses, don't we? We usually do A poses. When we're modeling. I think I remember that being the way that we do things. So how is it that we do vertex snap? I've yet to do this successfully. Oh, there we go. That's not exactly the intended effects. I should make it do here. Maybe I should just select one vertex. Please. Okay. I feel like I am engaging in witchcraft that I don't fully understand, and it's honestly worrying me. Because whenever I press something and nothing appears to happen, you know that something is happening. Okay. That's a bit more like it. I probably want to move the pivot point, right? How do I select the pivot point? The pivot point. The pivot point's like down here. Oh, that's the wrong object. No, 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 no. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. The pivot point needs to be where his shoulder is. How do I... I know there's a way to do it, I just don't remember. Center pivot, position, pivot point. I mean, I guess I could move it like this, along the green axis. No. I don't want you to be moving at the same time. Is it local that we want? Want to select local for this? It was on parent before. I know that moving the pivot point has something to do with changing the mode here. Normal? It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Okay. I think I just gotta be not concerned with doing everything perfectly. If I, whoops. I got no idea what I just did. I think that just entered paint mode and nothing all that dramatic. Um, Move tool is Shift V? Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit more scuffed, but it's whatever. I will learn how to do things a bit more cleanly in time. And that's fine, honestly. So the length of the arms, I'm looking at the, let me look at my other sketch as well. I have his arms above the pelvis. So if his arms were straight right now, they would be slightly above the pelvis, but I think that's fine. I think that's fine. We gotta start adding loop cuts, I think. And I think with the legs, I added 3 loop cuts, so I'll do the same here with the arms. Um, do I want to rotate this and then... What happens if I rotate this? Oh, that's not quite right, is it? No, we want to select this part. No, no, no. And then do it. That's not quite right. What a stance that is. I mean, I don't need to be doing that anyway, to be honest. Because we're just gonna have them A pose, so let's not worry about that too much. All I gotta do is worry about his proportions on his arms, I guess. There's Z fighting happening here. Um there's a better way to like fix that, but I don't remember it. Z fighting is when the texture, the thing doesn't know which texture to show because one is too far in front of the other. No, like, they're both in the same position. Both of the planes are in the same position. And there's a really good way to fix it. I think it might be something to do with editing this surface here and just making it very slightly smaller. If I make this 10 points or like 9.5 or 9.9, and then the Z fighting goes away because then it knows that it's too small. And okay, maybe a little bit smaller than that then. Okay, I don't know why that happened. This is a great program. I love this program. I want this part to go away as well, so let's try 9.5. It's really not helping with this part for some reason. I want it straight up 9 then. I think it's because of it's more to do with the other vertex. Like this vertex here maybe. Or maybe I just make the whole arm change the dimensions of the whole arm here. Okay, let's just reset this to 10 and then we change the dimensions of the whole arm. So that we don't have Z fighting. It's gotta be just a little smaller. Also, why is this so mega thick? Is a good question. This obviously shouldn't be so mega thick. Oh, that's the length. It's this part that's too mega thick. Well, I mean, that solved the problem already. Yeah, that's out of control. Let me just bring that down to something a little bit less dumb. All right. Probably need to thicken it up at this point though, so it connects more better with the shoulder. Or I could just edit the torso so the shoulder looks more natural. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Arms, still looking a little short to me. Do I have my loop cuts yet? I do have my loop cuts, okay. I can extrude the hand out of that though, so... I think I just might make this overall slightly longer. Okay. Okay, dude, I think that the hand, like, if you think that feet are hard, hands are even harder. But, you know, I'm not gonna spend, like, 1,000 hours trying to do realistic hands here. Let me just increase the number of loop cuts, because that's the work harder, not smart. No, work smarter, not harder is the thing. Way to do things. And just like we did with the toes, I can extrude the fingers. The fingers are probably going to need more like loop cuts along their length if we want to make them look good, but it's a question of like how much detail is too much detail, right? It's low poly aesthetic stuff. We're not extruding the fingers quite yet. This will serve as the hand. And then we extrude the fingers out of the hand. I'll be honest, I don't even like remember how I solved the problem with the toes, how I made them not touch each other and not make the program freak out. So I might need to learn that lesson all over again. How did I separate them? I think didn't I extrude them individually? I think that's what it was. Yeah. And then sort of like move them to the side. So they don't like collide or anything. Yeah, that's what I did. So we'll just do the same thing for the fingies. That doesn't look terrible. So far. So the thumb should be coming out of here. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that's still looking a bit chunky, that thumb there. Let's thin this out a bit. Well, you know, I don't know which looks better. I guess we're gonna have to keep them looking a bit chunky. Um, can I move this face without causing too much drama? Probably not, right? No. Yeah, we're gonna start like colliding with each other or whatever. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, we were bound to like start getting into problems with hands and stuff because hands are about as difficult as you can get. When it comes to modeling, or pretty much any school of art, to be honest. When you have got to do hands, you're in trouble. Lip cutting the fingers might make them look a little bit more natural. Um, his elbows. Let's work on his elbows for a sec. Oh, please just select the things. Okay. Um, size, just make this smaller. Okay, let's not go too thin here. So this is the part where it should go in a little bit. Like, the inner arm is like, it's like on the inside, so it's more like, um, here. That's where his inner arm should be. No, I'm just trying to move them. Okay, that looks super weird. Uh, can I move this without making it look worse? Okay, that looks a little better. Slightly better. Not by much, but slightly. I can make it look a little better by thickening this part where his elbow is like back here. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused about arm anatomy. Um, clearly. Okay. Um, gosh. I think this part is sticking out a little bit too much. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think that looks slightly better. Not by much, though. Um, right. And we gotta get some kind of wrist going. Just by selecting all this stuff and adjusting the scale of it. It's not quite what I wanted. I'm gonna select these parts too. Yeah, sure, that works, man. That actually works. I'm not gonna win any awards for it, but, you know, it works. This part needs to be further in, for sure. Yeah, sure. It even has, like, a bit of thickness to the area of his hand where his pads go, so that's probably a good thing, right? Um, I gotta paint his arm. His arm isn't perfect. His arm and his hand was always going to be the hardest part, but I think all things considered, we haven't done that badly with it. So sure. Okay. He's still sleeping. He's missed the whole stream. He's missed the whole stream. I've been modeling Lytham the entire stream and he missed all of it. Oh no! Oh no! Oh well. Um. Okay. All right. We're painting then, I guess. I better do an incremental save again. We got to add texture for this guy. I'm probably gonna mess around with this model longer, just so that he sees like the tail end of the stream, and I can get his reaction live. Um, yeah. Okay, let's see. So this guy, this arm here, this arm, like the UV on it looks decent. Apart from this part, it's a bit confused about. I mean, I was super confused about what part of the arm I was working on. Get rid of the torso. Get rid of the torso. We can paint the arm here. So the color of the arm is, let me switch references again. It's mostly fair, but he has like the same socks that he has on his legs, he has on his arms. The darker color on his hands, like his darker color on his feet. So the lighter color covers the rest of his arm. Um, okay. And I think we're just gonna reduplicate the other arm once we're done with this one to simplify matters. Okay, pretty clean, pretty clean. Let's get the other blue going. Get his hand colored in. And we can work on the beans for his hands. Okay, between his thumb and finger there. Between his fingies, gotta make sure they're all the right color. The transition from light to dark. Okay, so the UV is interfering here. Because that's like half of a UV unit, I guess. The transition here isn't lining up. As you can see there. I mean, I could do that just by editing the texture myself, or I can fix it by changing the UV directly. Either way would work. Dude, I might need to pee again. Freaking heck. Ugh. It's gotta be this Diet Coke for sure. Alright, 1 second. Okay. Wow. Wow, 4 hours of work. 4 hours of work so far. Um, oh yeah, we were dealing with the boy's wrists, weren't we? Bit of pink on there. How do I wanna do this? I guess I could take a look at the UVs here. Let's select the faces and see what's going on. Okay, yeah, this is an easy fix. I can just you know, shift it so that there's no blue on it. Okay. It's actually moving it. I want to be. It's probably because I'm in face select mode or something. That's probably the reason. Okay. Is that good? I mean, that's mostly good. That looks fine. That looks fine. All right, beans. Beans on the hands, and then I think it's just a tail, isn't it? Oh, there's a little part between his fingers that isn't quite right. I guess it's this part here. That shouldn't be the way that it is. Yeah, that's the part there. Okay, so beans. Finger beans. This was the bean color we used before. Thumb bean is definitely gonna be bigger. There we go. And then for the hand bean, let's go here. Oh, okay, that's not normal. Okay, we gotta figure out like what part of the UV is causing this to happen. Not sure why there's pink on that part, but I don't gotta worry about it. I can just move the thing. Can I not just like move the handle? Is that not a thing that I can do? And what's this exactly? Okay, I mean, whatever. The point is it's fixed. I don't know why it's fixed. I don't know what I did, but it's fine. All right, we got beans on the fingies. We got beans on the toes. We bring the torso back. And our boy Lytham is about good to go. Well, he's not good for being used for any particular purpose because he doesn't have any bones or any rigging. But you know, it's a decent amount of progress that's been made. I think if you guys give me a second, I'm just gonna take a quick look through some other reference images. Just to make sure that the tail is consistent, because again, this is an old reference. It does seem that he has like the long tail. I just never noticed it before. Yeah, he has a long tail. I just never noticed it. Um, I can hear him now. I think I know what he's gonna say. when he sees this. I mean, I think he's gonna like it, but I think the next thing, if he had to request something, he probably requests that I add like some clothes to his character, because lately he has been accessorizing a bit on his character, so we could maybe do that next time. Not sure why this part is like this. Let me fix that. Why are you not painting? Oh, it's the wrong color. It is painting, it's just the wrong color. Okay. So I guess we gotta work on a tail now. A tail that I have not noticed at all. I gotta take another look here, see if the tail has like two-tone. If it's a two-tone tail, or if it's all like the same color. Gotta make sure there's no like tips or anything on the end of the tail isn't a different color. Um Dang, I'm kind of coming up blank on images of the tail. Yeah, gee, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess he'll correct me if I get it wrong. So I'm gonna assume like his arms and his legs, his tail is gonna end with the darker fur color, and the rest of it's gonna be fairer. Just that's what I would assume. So I guess the tail is the last thing that we're gonna be doing. Oh, I gotta clone the arm, of course. Um, we're gonna delete this one and duplicate the other. No, delete the whole object. There. Oh, well, look how smart the program is. How it just automatically puts it on the other side. That's so cool. Oh, what is that? What is that? What is the heck is this? Okay, okay, okay. No? Oh, what's this? Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Wait, wait, wait. Why is there a hole in his arm? Hang on. Okay, delete that. And then duplicate this. There's no hole in his arm. And then we fix his fur color on his arm. Okay. Um, his shoulder and where his collarbone is could probably use a little bit of work too. The top of his shoulders is like the fairer color, so I should put that in. There's always going to be stuff that I'm missing, I feel, but when I spot something that there's a little bit that doesn't quite make sense, I gotta fix it. I hope this is like putting symmetry on this. I think Kitty wants in. The kitty wants to go to bed. Okay, 1 second. Let me let Kitty in. Okay, it's getting late. Hopefully Kitty will just calm down and settle in somewhere. Um, you know, it feels really good to get back into 3D modeling. This certainly feels like a simpler version of it, but you know, like the fundamentals are all like the same. Um, so we gotta spawn one more mesh, right? And we got an extra arm, I think. So which one of these can I afford to get rid of? That one, I guess. Um, arm right, because I'm behind him. Arm left. There we go. And now the tail. I got to make this curvy, so I should put like a bunch of loop cuts along so I can make a curve. I got to unwind soon, I think. Diameter, we're gonna make this 5. Please. Okay, there we are. Why is normal? Oh, right. That's interesting. Do you notice how I was moving it and the pivot point was staying the same? Okay, that's not good. I mean, at least I'm learning. I can put the pivot point back by doing this, I guess. Whatever this is. Global. Is this really how you're supposed to do it? I guess it is. Um, alright, we're learning how to move pivot points, I suppose. I would assume there's an easier way to do it than that. Kitty is meowing at me. She just gotta go. Go to sleep or something. I'm nearly finished with this model right now, Kitty. Um, select this face here, make this a little shorter. And then we can extrude and work on the curve. Okay. Just extrude this guy out. Go a little higher. Maybe rotate it a bit. And then extrude again. And then rotate again. And then extrude again. And then maybe one more time. I think we want to make this lower to the ground, so I'm gonna select these vertexes. Oh, I got to include the other ones. I don't agree with the way that it's really easy to select things through other things. That's one thing I don't like. And to be honest, it's probably on me. It's probably like an option that I'm just not aware of that allows you to change that if I had to guess. I mean, it does kind of make it more convenient in some situations where you can just select through things, but in other situations it just, you know, causes a lot of problems. Um, it's one thing for me to look up. Like, I mean, that was kind of how Blender worked with me. That's how like I learned Blender, is just by Googling each thing, each problem that I had until I solved most of the problems and I could get through things. I mean, I think we're kind of getting close to done here. Again, I'm not sure about the coloration of the tail. I'm sure that Wytham will correct me. Let's put a texture on the tail here. Start coloring it. But I'm assuming that a little bit of the coloration on his back travels onto his tail. And then at the end, it goes back into the deeper color. That's what I would assume. But let's just make it all the fairer color for now and refine it later. And what are we learning with this? I guess what I'm learning is maybe I'm a little closer than I realize if I wanted to make a low poly model. I think maybe that's the biggest takeaway. Is, I mean, obviously this guy has problems. I mean, my model of this guy has problems. That's what I mean. But it's not bad. And it's my first attempt. My first attempt with this stuff, so surely making a model for myself isn't like a million miles away. And this is like the same style that we'd be talking about anyway. If I had a model of myself that was, you know, around about this quality, but maybe with a fixed chest, I'd be fairly happy with that. I'd be fairly happy with that. But yeah, Lytha managed to miss the whole thing. But it's okay. I'll show him. It'll be a lovely surprise for him, I'm sure. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be done with this guy. He is about done. Maybe I just export this and send it to him without like an explanation at all. You know? Then I can explain later. Anyway, save the project. And I think that's enough art stuff for me tonight. That's enough creative stuff for me tonight. Let's get a look at this on without the grid. Oh, the ears. The ears. The ears are not quite aligned. Oh, the ears are actually having a little bit of trouble. We're not quite finished then. We gotta fix the ears real quick. Now that we have more of the geometry in place, we gotta drape the ears correctly. What is this cuboid? Okay, that's tail. Okay, let's work on these ears. I just gotta select the, okay, let's get rid of these legs for a start. And select the lowermost vertices. I think by manipulating these vertices might be enough to position the ears the way we need, or we could do a loop cut and adjust them in the middle. Which could be good, but let's move them away from his butt so they're not clipping through his butt right now. Maybe back just a little bit more. And I think I'm going to loop cut here, um, so that these, you know, the arm situation makes a bit more sense. I mean, I could rotate these a little more. I guess I could do that too. I'd still need to move them back a bit as well. Hmm. Hmm. I think I'd be better off with a loop cut, wouldn't I? Unless the loop cut messes up the UV in a super dramatic way, I think it would look better with a loop cut. I don't think the UV messed up, so um so this guy needs to be moved away from his arm. And then we can move the lower parts closer to the butt so they're not like, you know, way out there defying gravity. I think maybe this side of the loop cut could maybe stand to be a little closer to the body as well. It's a little crazy. Going a little crazy with that. And also, his ears are supposed to be like bigger at the bottom, aren't they? So I should try to widen them at the bottom as well. There you go. That's a lot better, I think. That's a lot better. It's just a torso. Um, dude, I wish there was an easy way for me to fix that torso. I'm gonna save it, and maybe we mess around with the torso a little bit longer. But I don't know what we can do with this. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, the torso doesn't look terrible. It just has a little bit more room for improvement than it's the part of of the model that I'm the least happy with, I guess. Alright, if I put a loop cut in here, we break the texture. And likewise here we break the texture. So my next question is, what is going on with the UV here? Like, show me on the UV where that is. I don't see where on the UV that is. Okay, so that's being selected, but I don't know why this isn't zooming in for me. Can I, like, paint bucket this? It'd be great if it was, like, a simple solution like that, wouldn't it? Okay, it's being a little strange here. It's not painting anything. not sure why it's not showing up in the UV here. Oh, it's because I was on like edge select mode, I think. So this is, what are we looking at here? Yeah, the UV is just like totally malformed. If I'm gonna make this work, I'm gonna need to be able to select the individual vertices of this. Like if I could just grab this part and put it in the blue, it would be fixed, but move all selected UV faces, faces. Nothing about UV vertices, if that's even a thing. UV overlay. Yeah, that is scuffed. That is scuffed, guys. Look at that. I think I would need to, like, redo the torso completely if I wanted to add more loop cuts, because, yeah, that isn't fixable. At least not by somewhat of my experience. So that's gonna be it. We're not redoing the torso right now. I got to take a break, I think. Well, I hope he likes his model surprise. Close that. Right, yeah, I guess we're gonna do a raid then. Let's see who's online. And we'll do a raid on them. I'll have to think about who I want to, or what I want to model next. I was thinking about maybe doing like an environmental thing as my first project, but that's what I landed on. Okay, I haven't done a raid on Yokai Misha for a while, so we're gonna do a raid on them. I hope I can spell their name correctly. Double check that. Yokai Misha. I think I got that correctly. All right then. Thank you all very much for watching. We'll probably be doing more of this kind of thing sometime. So I'll see you then. Take care, guys.